Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I have a couple different books that I am reading. I am still working on actually both of the books that I was reading last week, which is I have one that's on my Kindle that I'm still debating about tonight if I tell you all what it is that I'm reading because I've been keeping it a secret. And then the other book is that I am reading The Martian by Andy Weir. And so far, I'm honestly enjoying both of the books that I'm reading and I'm very happy for that. So like neither of them's putting me in a slump. The reason that it is taking me so long is because I have had no energy at the end of every work day so far this week. There's just been a lot going on, and I was working late on certain nights, and I just like have not been able to make any progress. And I was actually talking with Keaton about it last night that I'm like, I feel like I'm slacking on my reading this year because I haven't gotten through very many books so far in 2025. And of course, he told me to not think about it that way, to think about it as like I'm doing a reset so I can have, energy to do more reading later. And that's true. I've had to have years before where just less reading is accomplished. But as a result of that and being so busy, like my live shows are also the only videos I've been able to create. So it's just, it feels like it's this, I don't know. I feel like I'm putting pressure on myself and I feel bad about like just my lack of progress where, m- I really shouldn't, but I do feel that way. And it's funny because if anybody were to tell me that like, hey, I haven't been able to do very much reading this year because I've just been so busy, I wouldn't look at them and be like, oh, well, how dare you? But I'm doing that to myself. So I'm just going to spend time tonight with the hours that we're going to have together to read these books that I'm enjoying. However much progress I make is the progress that I make, and I'm just willing to accept that. So, do tell me whatever you are reading tonight. How are you feeling? How are you doing? Do you have other things that you're working on that aren't reading? Like different projects, chores, work, things that you're needing to do. Please let me know. And, just as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on the temperature that you have. I finally, yesterday, turned the AC on for the first time this year because my house got up to 77 degrees and it was pretty humid. And I was like, me and my poor dog, we were like, we can't do this. We went outside for a walk and came back inside, and we both couldn't cool off. And it's like, okay, I have to break down and turn on the AC. And it's actually been pretty nice. And I did just realize that I did not grab myself a beverage for the evening. And right now I'm just feeling like I'm going to probably just have some water for now, which I think would be good. So, yeah, you can also let me know if you are drinking any fancy beverages or, what the temperature is where you are. We've been having some pretty hot days. It got almost to 90 yesterday, and it was in the mid 80s today. So, pretty good after having a really long cold spell. And I'm going to go ahead and go on over and see who all is here and how everybody's doing. And Kat was the first to comment. She says, "Hi, Alex. I'm attending the Cozy Cottage Book Club meeting, so I'll be a little late. Happy Friday." Oh, I hope she has fun. Happy Friday to Kat. And Heidi says, "Hello, Alex." Hello, Heidi. I started Titus Grown, book one of the Gromenhost trilogy. Is very whimsical. It reminds me of Discworld. It was written in 1946. Oh, well, that would probably be something I would really like. I've never heard of that before, Heidi, so that's cool. You'll have to let me know what you think when you finish it. And Lily is here. Hi, Lily. Lily says, "Hi, I'm still working on finishing Secluded Cabin Sleep 6 by Lisa Unger." And that's totally okay. I'm happy that you can come here tonight and hopefully make some progress on that. Magnolia is here. Hi, Magnolia. She says, hello, hello. Laura's here. Hi, Laura. Good to see you. She says, hi, peeps. Reading Six Scorched Roses by Carissa Broadbent. Very nice. I haven't heard of that one. I hope it's good. And Teresa's here. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, hello, everybody. We just had a hailstorm here in Illinois. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. That is awful. I hate hail so much. It does so much damage in very little time. And Lily says, we put too much pressure on ourselves. Exactly. It's okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. And Tina, hi, Tina. Tina says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. Lily says, hi to the chat. Tina says, I'll be making dinner and then reading The Alloy of The Alloy of Law. Awesome. Another book I have not heard of, but hope is good. And Magnolia says, I'm starting a Dutch historical fiction, which isn't translated to English, but the title would be Russian Blue by Rashcha Pepper. And maybe I will also read a bit in a nonfiction book. Awesome. And Denise is here. Hi, Denise. Denise says, I'm on page 201 of Black Woods Blue Sky by Eowyn Ivey. It's a Beauty and the Beast retelling that takes place in the Alaskan wilderness. That sounds fun. Also, Eowyn is a great name. I love that name. And Laura says, here the weather is getting colder. Oh, I don't know if you like that or not. I don't like it when it gets colder. And Teresa says, Alex, as long as you're enjoying the books, don't worry about how long it takes you. I took a year to read through East of Eden and No Name. I just took my time and enjoyed them when I had time. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's so funny, how we can give ourselves different standards than we give other people, and I have to remind myself of that all the time, that, like, I am judging myself way harder than most other people would. So, yeah, but I appreciate it. Denise says, just made some coffee. Very nice. I'm feeling quite sleepy myself, so when Keaton gets home, I might have to ask him to let me have some of his coffee that he always makes in the evening. You said it's 80 and sunny here in Southeast Michigan. Awesome. Tina says it's the first book in the Mistborn Era 2 series. Okay. Nice. And you said, Teresa, I finished The Seedkeeper 2 days ago, 5 stars, and I recommend to all. Woohoo! I do have that on my extremely long book wish list. And that's great that you loved it so much, because now I have 2 recommendations for that book. And maybe I could pick it up when it's Indigenous Heritage Month. Laura said, I read Titus Grown some time ago. It was really great, but I'm hesitant to read the sequel since the series is unfinished. That's hard. I hate it when series abruptly end, especially if you really love them and you know that they're never going to be finished. It's terrible. Magnolia says, hello, Heidi. I am at season 3 of Mrs. Maisel. You've made a lot of progress in a week, Magnolia. Very nice. And of course, I'm going to start us off with a 45-minute sprint tonight, and I'm going to give you all your very first question. And your first question would be, when you have a rough week, what do you do for self-care that helps you feel better? I think that this is an important question because we all end up having, rough or tiring or just straight up terrible weeks every now and then. Or it could just be that you have a bad day, but, what are the things that you do to bring yourself comfort and to help yourself feel better when you're kind of in a funk? And Magnolia says, I'm kind of binge watching it. It sounds like you're not the only one. It sounds like there's been several people who have talked about that show that they do that. And Lau is here. Hi, Lau. Nice to see you. You said hi there. I just stumbled across your channel. Well, welcome. And I hope that you can stick around with us and enjoy these sprints and the chats as well. And Heidi said, Magnolia, is that season? Oh, in that season they spend. Oh, is that season where they spend in the adult summer camp in the Catskills? Christina says, hi, Alex, reading Accidental Magic by Iris Beaglehole. Beaglehole. That's a great last name. And hello to you, Christina. And you said, remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you very much, Christina. I'm going to be good, and I'm going to get water during this sprint, and then I'm going to come back and sit and enjoy my book. You said, "Isn't it?" Love weird names. Yeah, because, all names were made up at some point, people had to pick what their names were. It's like, how do you where does Beagle Hole come from? This is fabulous. It's wonderful. All right. Well, you all have your first question. Oh, sorry, Lau's popping in too. Says, I'm not sure what genre of books you enjoy, but I'll be reading The Queen of Nothing by Holly Black for the sprint. Very nice. I read a lot of different things. I predominantly read like horror, science fiction, and fantasy, but I also really love historical fiction, and I read some mysteries and a little bit of nonfiction. I love satire. So, I'm kind of all over the place. So, chances are, if you have a specific genre that you really like, I probably can relate to you on it in some level. And Heidi said, Laura, I have no idea it was unfinished. That is okay. I loved Song of Ice and Fire. Ah, yes, the most infamous series that was never finished. All right. I hope you all enjoy your first sprint. I got us back at the Cafe Genesee here, and I'm going to get some water, and I'll see you in a bit. Happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did some more reading on my Kindle and felt like I was about to fall asleep in my chair. So I stood up and turned some more lights on. I took a drink of water and I'm like, okay, I'm awake again. And before we left, I asked you all, when you are having a rough week, what do you do for self care that helps you feel better? I'm interested in what your methods are. Do, do, do. See, Magnolia said, Heidi, know that is season 2. I just watched the episode where Abe and Rose move and the grand tour. Can't say too much, afraid that I'll spoil something for someone. Teresa says, I started a middle grade March book club book, Leva at Last, but I'm not liking it so far. I'm not sure what I will do about that. Boo. Sorry to hear that. Magnolia says, when I have a bad day or period, first of all, I'm trying to accept it because bad days are part of life and it's okay to have them sometime. I agree with that. I also give myself self love, feel the emotions I am feeling, and try to do as many nice things I can do, like hobbies. I kind of mother myself actually to talk nice to myself and with love. I think that's a wonderful thing. It's fantastic. You said also writing stuff down can help me a lot. The stuff that is going on, the emotions, write it down. And I comfort myself by watching a favorite show, for example. All wonderful. I myself, about maybe a year and a half ago, hard for me to tell, they're all dated. I would have to go and look at what my original entry was, but I started journaling. And sometimes I would do it more frequently than others. Like sometimes it was daily, sometimes it was weekly. There was a period here recently where I went like, I think it was like 2 months since I had journaled anything. And I kind of like started trying to get back into it to like think about my feelings. And it really does help. I agree. Sometimes it can be good just to get something down on paper. And, if you need to later, you can go back and reflect on it. During the winter time, one of the things I would enjoy doing is taking a bath with a really nice smelling bath bomb. And I always light candles and I'll turn the light out, and I can either read during that time or, like watch something on my computer. Most of the time it was to read. Lately, I've kind of been having to pick. It's like, okay, what do I have the energy for? And lately, main thing I've been having the energy for, if it's not just to like kind of like lay down and just like watch something on YouTube, for example. I've had like a game or a couple games that I've gone back and forth between. And so like just playing a video game can be really nice because it just fully takes my mind off of, something that might be bothering me. Going for a drive when the weather's really nice, just going out and kind of putting around town, even if it's not really to do much of anything, can be really nice. So, yeah, those are all things that I do to kind of help myself feel better. Heidi said, I had a rough day. So tonight I am opening up the Patron and having one shot, then going right to sleep. I'm sorry to hear that you had a rough day, Heidi, and I hope that your weekend proves to be a lot better. And Laura said, this week I have Eurovision Song Contest to look forward to. Woohoo! Tomorrow is the grand finale. It can be a bit stressful on its own. My country didn't qualify. Boo, I'm sorry. But my favorites did. That's awesome. Robert's here. Hi, Robert. Robert says, hello, room. I guess I lost track of time. Self care, I go outside and walk around slowly or just take a drive. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up too. Walking. I've been enjoying my hiking, and one of the things I was thinking about today was I haven't really been able to go out hiking a lot recently because I've been like so exhausted, or the weather wasn't cooperating, or literally just didn't have time, like working until it's basically dark outside and there's just nothing I can do about it. And I'm hoping this weekend, because we're supposed to be getting some nice weather, like maybe I could wake up tomorrow early and while it's nice and cool and go for a hike and just enjoy that. And that's the other thing too, is I told you all weeks ago that I started a walking goal where I was going to walk 100 miles. And I was trying to do that in 8 weeks. And I was perfectly on track until the time I got sick. And that completely threw me off because I obviously I couldn't physically like go out and walk when I was as sick as I was. And then when I started feeling better, work slammed me with stuff. And so I just feel like I got like way behind. I'm having to extend my goal, and I really just want to get back out and hike again. So, crossing my fingers that hopefully I can do that this weekend. That would be really nice. Robert says, still rereading the Southern Reach trilogy. I'm halfway through Authority, the second book. Nice. Well, you're working your way right on through. And Faye's here. Hi, Faye. Faye says, hello. I'm reading Our Last Wild Days by Anna Bailey. NetGalley Arc, really enjoying it. Awesome. And Daisy Jones and the Six, my first Taylor Jenkins read. I haven't read Daisy Jones and the Six, but I imagine I probably will at some point. My only book from her that I read was The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo. And I really liked that book. I thought it was interesting and fun and well written. You said, when I have a rough week, I need a hug from my dog, and then I usually fall down a random YouTube rabbit hole for a while. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, I also hear Keaton just got home. I can hear the garage door, Barker boofing in the background. And Teresa says, a new book, a milkshake, or brownies all make me feel better. Yeah, I had a long day on Wednesday, and normally I wouldn't have any energy after like having an event of some kind that I'm hosting. And I just randomly got home and I looked at Keaton and I was like, you want to go get ice cream? And we just drove and got ice cream, and it really did help. Like, I sometimes just having something sweet. And Denise says, no reading, worked on a puzzle. Oh, that's fun. I love puzzles. What kind of puzzle? I'm assuming you mean jigsaw, but maybe you mean another kind of puzzle. And Faye says, and if I'm still having a bad week, I need some retail therapy, but we won't talk about that. No judgment. Denise said, wish I knew, been trying a bit of everything lately, reading classic rock, getting outside, spending time with granddaughters, calling my sister. I think it's good that part of what you're trying to do is spend time around people that you love. I find that does help me as well, as sometimes just being around other people and like talking with them about things that aren't related to what I'm stressed about can kind of like pull me out of it, even if it's just for a short time. It still helps. You said I should have mentioned sprints for sure. I'm glad they help. Magnolia said, I agree with walking indeed, or I go cycling as well sometimes. Thanks for the reminder, Robert. And Laura says, 100 miles. Why not 500? It's just, it's my first goal that I ever like set with this program that I'm doing. It's called the Conquerors Challenges. And I originally was debating between going between one of the challenges that was 100 miles and one of them that was 400 miles. And I just decided to start with the lower one just to see how I liked tracking it. Because if I really liked it, it's like, oh, then I'll easily do another one. But if I really didn't like it, then I'll just kind of walk on my own. Because at the end of it, I'll get a medal. And yeah, so it's weird. It's just like one of those like little things where I was curious whether it would incentivize me to get out more. And I definitely think before I got sick, it really did, because it's nice to like see your goal and like how quickly you want to do it, right? Because you can set it to be whatever time frame you want. So I'm still gonna get it. I'm still gonna get it done, and hopefully, if I am happy with the way that it ends, I'll do another one. Yeah, I mean, I'll walk either way. It's just whether I track it, right? And Robert says, Magnolia, it's just to wander. And Robert says, Keaton, meatball parm. That actually sounds really good. I won't lie. But I had leftover chips, queso, and salsa for dinner, and then had a banana nut muffin. So, I had the dinner of champions tonight. And Magnolia is laughing at Laura. And says, Robert, yes, indeed. And Denise says, a nostalgic jigsaw titled Things I Ate as a Kid. Hi, Bubby. That sounds really cute. I love it. And Teresa says, yeah, when I don't have money, a long walk away from people helps. Absolutely. Laura says, "You would have a great theme song for 500, but I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 miles more just to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door." I love it. I love it so much. Oh, that's I had like forgotten about that song until you just put that on there. It's like, oh yeah. All right. Well, we've made it to the end of our comments here, and I'll go ahead and give you all your next question, which is going to be if you could have any dead author write one last book just for you, who would you choose to write it? And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, "Hi, Alex, on the road picking up our boy where we're staying an hour, so I have a bit of time." Oh, awesome. I'm so happy that you made it. And Magnolia says, "I was just going to say that you talked about the song." And Denise says, "Anita Shreve." And Nicole says, "Hi, chat friends." Oh, sorry, Denise, that was your answer to the question. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. I'll come back and reread that after the sprint. Um, so I will go ahead and tell you all the secret because there's a book I've been reading on here that I haven't told any of you all about, and that book is The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexander Dumas. And so far, I will admit, for somebody who doesn't read classics and especially does not read long classics, I'm liking it. So huzzah. Because I know everybody wanted me to read that and thought that I would like it. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm leaving that with you right before we go back to sprints. So you all have your next question, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did another chapter of reading in The Count of Monte Cristo, and I got to page 162 in The Martian. And before we left, I asked you all if you could have any dead author write one last book just for you, who would you choose to write it? Let's see what you had to say. And see, and Denise had answered Anita Shreve. And Faye says, Charles Dickens! And Magnolia said, oh, easy one. Konsalik, one of my favorite authors. I would love to have a special book for me from him. And Nicole says, I'm with Faye, Charles Dickens. Faye says, oh my God, Alex, swoons. And Nicole said, The Count, it's so good, yay. Yeah, you guys are the ones to convince me to read it, so I finally decided to dive in despite my apprehension. Robert says, Nicole, cool. Robert! And Heidi said, oh yes, BookTube is the best for my sanity. Hi, Parker. What you doing? I cannot read or listen to books while taking care of Luke, but BookTube always on in the background. How is Luke doing, Heidi? Is he doing well? Faye says, Nicole, I will never be okay that he died before finishing Edwin Drood. Aww. And Heidi said, my dead author would be Tolkien. Yeah, Monte Cristo is fantastic, and the story will stay with you for a long time. It is one of the books everyone should read, bucket list books. Yeah, I've noticed it's already started kind of sticking with me, which is surprising given I'm still fairly early into the book. I'm only, I think it's like 11 or 12% in. So I have a lot left to read, but, like the themes of, vengeance and, this idea of people being out to get you and, ruining your life and trying to figure out like how all of these things are happening to you, and it's like the stages of grief that Dante is going through, of like first starting out being hopeful that he'll be released because he's truly innocent, to starting to question his innocence because he's not being freed, to turning to God and pleading for God to let him be free, and then turning to rage and, finding a friend in the prison who, he can talk to after spending, at this point, like 4 or 5 years. He said he couldn't tell whether it was exactly how many years it was, but it was like multiple years of just being locked up in this prison and like not having a friend in the world and like going half mad. And the fact that he like feels suicidal at one point, and he doesn't think that he wants to go on. And I'm just like, there so much has happened in this book, and I'm barely any way into it. Like I don't really think any of what I just told you is spoilers, because the context of why he's in the situation that he's in matters so much, and all of these people who conspired against him, I just want to know like what their fates are going to be, because if Dante ends up talking with the abbot and finding some way to forgive these people, he would be a better man than me, because I would just live my life eternally full of spite. I really would. And Teresa says that is a hard one. Maybe Anne Bronte. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Sea Monkey Day. Happy International Pickle Day. Woo woo. I love that. And happy Mimosa Day. Also love that. Mimosas are good. And hello, Tangible Reads. Nice to see you. And she says, hello, everyone. First time here. Well, welcome to you. Glad that you could make it. Swank says, I would love one more The Cat Who book by Lillian Jackson Braun. Robert says, short story, Robert Bloch, novel, H.P. Lovecraft. Okay. Teresa says, Tangible Reads, good to see you here. And Nicole says, Faye, write book 1. I'd have him write for me would be the ending of Edwin Drood, so we'd all have peace. If I had a second choice, it'd be something personal. Laura said Agatha Christie to write me at least one more story featuring Mr. Quinn and Mr. Satterthwaite. I don't remember those characters. I only know of Miss Marple and Hercule Poirot. So if those are other like main characters that she has, I have not met them. And Swank is laughing at Nicole. Faye said, read 7% of our last wild days. Nice. And Nicole said, Swank, tell me that's not true. And Nicole said, nice addition, Alex. Who's the translator? Are you talking about for the Count of Monte Cristo? So that's the funny thing, is I actually don't know. This was a Kindle version that I got for free years ago, and it doesn't list who the translator is, and there's no like translation notes either, which is probably the reason that it was a free copy, because maybe like other editions they charged for. Let me see if like there's an about at all. I don't know if there probably isn't. If I view on Goodreads, I'm curious to see if it'll tell me. Sorry, one second. No, it doesn't say. I really don't know why. I'll do some digging. I'll see if I can find it, because it's not readily available. And then a cat says, howdy, Alex. Hello, Cat. Not sure if you saw my message. I did. I hope you had a fun time at your book club. Just finished with the Cozy Cottage book club meeting. We discussed The Darling Buds of May, plus watched the first episode of the TV show. Oh, fun. That sounds great. I'm glad you had a good time. And Zach says, hi. To answer the question, I guess I'd go with Anne Bronte. Hi, Zach. Hope you're doing well. And Faye says, Zach, oh, good call. I wish we'd had more from her. Kat says, Edgar Allan Poe is my choice. That makes sense, Kat. Faye said, Teresa, agree. And Nicole says, Courtney. Denise says, still working on the puzzle. That sounds nice. And Magnolia says, I'm tired. I'm heading to bed. Bye-bye all. Bye to Magnolia. And Robert says, good night. And Faye says, Kat, baby Catherine Zeta-Jones. And Spike says, hi, Kat. Hi, Dee Dee. And Magnolia says, thank you both. And I hope you have a happy weekend, Magnolia. All right. I am probably going to dive back into the Count of Monte Cristo right now, which is funny because I'm at an interesting point in The Martian right now, but I've been really wanting to get back into the Count of Monte Cristo, and I want to learn more of the themes that are going to come later in this book, because I know that I've just like barely scratched the surface, and that's what's so fascinating about this story. Is I'm like, there's so much that has happened in so little time. I can only imagine how much more there is to come. Truly. And Kat says, Faye, yes, she was 21 years old when she started that series. And Zach says, for classics, tend to pay the $1 or $2 to get an annotated ebook. Oh yeah, this was not that. They just offered it to me for free. And Kat says, hey, Swank, what are you up to? All right. And I didn't have like a super exciting third question to ask you all. I just didn't come up with anything specific. So I'm just asking you all, do you have any weekend plans? Simple as that. Do you have any weekend plans? And I will go ahead and dive back in. Oh, and Nicole says, you're just barely warming up there, Alex. So much more to come. Oh, I'm sure. I'm just happy to be able to say that I'm enjoying it. You know what I mean? Because I was really scared. I thought I was going to start reading it and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. And I was even nervous just from the first page, because there was a ton of French names that were put on and I was like, oh my God, how am I going to even understand this? Everything's in French. And then it obviously started getting easier, and I was actually surprised at how, I want to say, it's pretty accessible, which I guess means also that the translator, whoever they were, did a good job. But yeah, it's not half as terrifying as I thought that it would be. And Swank says, just chilling. Robert says, Alex, count. Yeah, hold on. Okay, I'm holding on. I'm waiting. Um, I mean, the characters are pretty compelling too. I mean, they're, of course, books that are written today, we tend to focus a lot on the characters and who they are, and they're like, each individual person sometimes gets like their own character arc and everything, and I obviously don't know what's going to happen with all of the characters in this book, but I like that they all have very distinct personalities, and they all have their own motivations, and our villains are all self-centered in completely different ways, which I find very compelling. And I don't know, there's just something about it. And Nicole said, other than being long, The Count is one of the most accessible classics, even the older translations. I could see that. I really could. And you said, let's just say you're technically in the slow part. This is the slow part? Okay. That's fair. I mean, it doesn't feel like it's going super fast, but I don't feel like it's dragging either. It's just kind of steady, Like I'm taking a while to read it because that's me. I don't think it's because it's the pacing of the book. So I think that's also a plus. So I will dive back into The Count. I I honestly thought about waiting to tell you all that I was reading it until I was closer to like 40 or 50%, but I was just sitting here like, okay, me telling everybody that I'm secretly reading a book is just, that's going to get old very fast. So that's why I just let you all know. And Kat says, busy weekend. I'll kick tomorrow off with Saturday morning momentum. Woohoo. Then graduation with party afterwards for my niece Claire. Woohoo. Oh, sorry. Guys, my brain's not working anymore. I was reading your answer to your weekend plans. I'll just finish reading it, Kat. I'm sorry. Then Sunday, another graduation party for my friend Jeff's son. Yeah, it's funny because I have no children. So I don't pay attention anymore to like the cycles of school, though I do know that we're getting closer to summer break. Like logically, I know that. I just don't pay attention to it anymore. So I hope you have a lot of fun with the graduation parties, because those can be pretty exciting. And Zach says, I very much disagree that that's the slow part. No, I mean, I don't think it's slow. I think it's just like medium paced. And Nicole said, it's better knowing, that way we can wait in suspense for your responses. And Nicole says, I do too, Zach. That's just what some people say. All right. And Swank said, oh, lots of cake. Yippee! And Tangible Reads, are you Dee Dee? Are you who they call Dee Dee or Courtney? I'm just curious. Said, howdy, ordering some Chinese food. That sounds really good. I hope you enjoy it. And Kat says, yum, cake is great. Oh, yeah. Talking about Kat going to different graduation parties, you're going to get lots of cake. I think that makes sense now. For a second there, Swank, I thought you were saying you were going to be eating lots of cake. You're saying Kat is. And Nicole says, I think some people just expected to jump straight into an escape scene. No, that's actually one of the things I find so interesting about it, is all of the buildup of his like torture being in this prison. And I mean, just how long it took him to get to the prison in the first place, and now the prison scenes. And yeah, I just want to see what his conversations are going to be like with this, the Mad Abbott. So that's going to be fun. Kat says, Courtney, Chinese food sounds good. I just finished a salad and seafood stuffed potato. Ooh, I know, Kat, you love your seafood potatoes. Friday potato. Swank says, I wish. You could make yourself a cake, Swank. I would support you. Buy like a tiny little individualized cake. That'd be fun. All right, everybody. I want to hear about your weekend plans. Kat, thanks for letting me spoil yours early. And I'm going to dive back into another 45 minutes, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I went and got some coffee that Keaton made, and it's yummy. I'm happy to sit and drink that, and hopefully it's going to help wake me up a little bit so I don't fall asleep at like 9 o'clock or, like whenever we log off here. But I did a little bit more reading in the Count of Monte Cristo, and I'm I don't really know how much I can talk about because I don't want to like be saying too much as I'm going through the book. But all I'm going to say is that Abbott is showing Dante his like inventions and how skillful and resourceful he is as a person, and it's extremely impressive. So that's pretty cool. And before we left, I asked you, do you have any weekend plans? Let's see what you have to say. Kat says, I might eat some butter pecan ice cream. Butter pecan is one of my favorite ice creams in the whole world, so I love that for you. And Faye said, weekend plans, vegetate and read. Sounds beautiful. Nicole says, I plan to smother my son and temporarily reattach loving apron strings. Oh, I hope you have a wonderful time with your boy. And Swang says, I'm sorry, Courtney, my brain has shut down. And Kat says, Faye, that sounds relaxing. And Courtney says, seafood potato sounds way better than my generic order. And Swank says, doing housework this weekend. I'll be doing housework as well. I'm actually looking forward to doing the lawn work because I also started, for the very first time ever in my life, I'm attempting to grow vegetables. So I get to do yard work and do some like weed pulling and stuff in my regular flower bed. And then I just get to obsess over my little sprouts that I'm getting in my garden right now that I love so much. Courtney says, okay, I got to pick it up and stuff. Y'all have a good sprint. Here's a new sub. Oh, thank you so much. Lovely to see you. I hope you can come back next time. And I was saying to Nicole that from what I was able to find, I think it's Robin Buss who is the translator. I'm assuming it's the Penguin Classics Kindle version that I'm reading. Tokana's here. Hi, Tokana. Tokana says, so glad you're streaming. Got me out of a doom scrolling funk. Well, good. I hate doom scrolling because I find myself doing it sometimes too, and it's really difficult to get out of. So glad that you came here instead. He says, I usually never do, but my sisters are coming over Saturday night for gourmet pizza and Caesar salad. Nice. That's so nice. Teresa says, Kat, you live down south, don't you? I heard you have 9 escapees. Oh boy. Said we have a big library book sale tomorrow. Cool. Kat says, Teresa, unfortunately, they escaped from a New Orleans jail with help from jail employees. There were 10 total, but state police caught 1 in the French Quarter. What? I didn't hear anything about that. That's wild. What were their crimes? And Kat said, Teresa, I visited my friends at the library store today and bought a bunch of books. I also filled out a form to volunteer at the store during the summer. That's awesome. I tried to volunteer at my local library because you can go and you can sign up and fill out a form, and they have an online schedule you could choose from. They didn't have any availability for any of the days that I would have been able to do it. And I was like, well, that sucks. So no volunteering for me. I tried. Tokana says, girls' night tomorrow, reading and chores. Girls' night sounds fun. Robert says, weekend plans, jazz concert at the local church on Sunday at 4. Oh, I hope you have a great time. Are you going with your daughter? And Nicole said, the boys are back. Bye, all. Thanks for sprints. Good to see you. Denise said, read 22 pages on page 223. Nice. Faye said, read 21 pages of Daisy Jones and the Six. What are you thinking of it so far, Faye? Because that was a huge, book when it came out. Like, people seem to really love it. Telkana said, finished 1 manga and started the next. Very nice. Kat says, Barry and I are watching the movie Gala Walkers for Zombie-thon. Barry says, hello. He heard your voice. Hi, Barry. Hope you're well. And Angel said, hi, y'all. Hello, Angel. I'm going to try a deprivation tank or float tank for the first time. I've done that one time. It was really interesting. Be prepared to be covered completely in a layer of salt. I'm assuming the place that you're going to is probably going to be similar to the one that I went to, where you have to disrobe and you have to take a shower because you can't like have a bunch of oils on you before you get in the water. And then when you get in, I mean, you really do float. Like it's impressive. Like you don't have to work hard for it at all. But you will definitely feel like you want to shower when you get out, because it's just like you can like rub like your finger across your skin and it just comes away salty. So I'd be curious to hear what you think of it when you're done. And Denise said, no weekend plans. We'll either do some chores in the house or work in the yard. Nice. And Zach said, I watched a YouTube video that took a stance I disagree with. It was about Kickstarter campaign drama. I consider losing your money at risk of what you sign up for. Oh yeah. So I've never backed anything on Kickstarter. And when it first started becoming popular, I didn't realize that you could put money towards something and potentially end up forfeiting that money. But over time, I learned about different projects that like never came to fruition, or for example, like people donated and they hit the goal, and then, whatever group decided they were going to make something just basically fled with the money and never gave anybody the products that they were anticipating. So yeah, it absolutely is a risk. But there are some people on there who, they did Kickstarter stuff and people backed them, and they made some really interesting things. I believe a Hellboy board game that ended up coming out was actually originally a Kickstarter thing. But yeah, so I mean, I've definitely seen some things, but I don't like the risk of wondering whether I'm going to get something or not. And usually the tier levels of like, you have to give quite a bit of money in order to sometimes get like an upscaled version of an item, or just something that would actually be worthwhile from a campaign. I know every single one varies, but I just haven't found one yet that I'm like, yeah, I want that one. And Robert says, yes, the daughter and I will be enjoying the concert. Yay! That's great. And Faye says, I'm a fair way into it, Daisy Jones, and I'm just wondering if there's more to it than everybody taking lots of drugs and sleeping around. Maybe not. I've never been into rock bands, and it's confirming why. I think from what I understand of the book, that is the majority of it. And Angel said, good to know. Thank you. You're welcome. It was a shock to me. And Teresa says, Kat, that sounds like fun. And Allison is here. Hi, Allison. Allison says, hello, everyone. I had a busy week, so I plan to be a couch potato. I support your potato-ness. It's great. Tina says, hey, hopping back in. Went to the gym. Good for you. Good job. I hope it was a nice workout. Hope you're feeling recharged, which I know is a funny thing to say when you go to the gym and you work out and it's kind of like you expect to be tired. But I have found so many times that I feel refreshed after exercising, and then the fatigue kind of hits me later. So long as I don't push myself too hard. So I'm hoping you're feeling energized. But we are down to the point of the night where we have 2 sprints left. So I'm going to do another 45-minute sprint and then a 30-minute sprint. Let's see. And then Zach says, I've gotten everything I've backed, but I completely lose my money. That's my fault for giving it to them. But if you lose your money. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm glad to hear that it's worked out for you, that you've gotten the things that you have sponsored and paid for. That's great. Robert says, Zach, I deleted my Kickstarter account after the Boom Studio debacle, backed a project, and the hardcore came out in September last year, $40 cheaper than they charged me. Oh, that sucks. And Tina said, I lifted the 8-pound dumbbells, a PR. That's great. Woohoo. I love it. All right. And I will give you all your second to last question, which is going to be, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It is important to note that it just needs to be interesting to you. Even if I do not fully understand what it is that you're talking about, or other people, don't know what you're talking about. As long as you think it's interesting, I want you to put it. That's what I think is important. And I will go ahead and get us set up. Sorry, I keep clicking the wrong button here for our next 45 minutes. And I do want to mention really quick, after this month, you guys may end up noticing that like the setup of everything looks different. So I my year renewal for my StreamYard subscription, what they did is I like threatened to cancel on them last year after they did the price increases, and they were like, "We'll give you another year of a better price." And I was like, "Okay, fine." And I was hoping they were going to do that again for me this year, but they basically were like, "Screw you," and just like let me cancel it. So I have my remaining 30 days to use this, but after that, I'm going to be switching over to another service. I found one that looks really good and is less expensive. I just do not think that the version of StreamYard where I can have like my unlimited hours and not have to have their stupid logo is worth $45 a month. I think that's absolutely obscene. So I will not be doing that anymore. So you could get one more month and then we all get to figure it out together. And hopefully I don't mess up my streams going forward after that. Might be a bit of a learning curve. All right. So I'm going to start the timer here and I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 178 in The Martian. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And I'll actually share first. I learned where the term slapstick comedy comes from. There actually, back in the day, used to be these poles that had a little paddle on the end of them, and one side had padding on it and the other side had kind of like this opening with this little knocker on the inside. And so what would happen is during a comedic bit, one performer would hit another performer with the padded side of the slapstick, and there would be like a little bit of like some type of powder, like an explosive powder that when it hit against the pin inside the like the little opening, it would create like a concussive burst to make it like sound like the slap was really intense, even when it wasn't. And that's where that term came from. So I thought that that was pretty cool. So you should totally look one up if you've never seen one before. They look very interesting. Let's see. Gotta go back here. All right, and Teresa was mentioning to Faye, I never thought that book would interest me, and now you just confirmed it, talking about Daisy Jones and the Six. And Zach says, fun fact, Melbourne, Australia was originally called Batmania in 1835, named after John Batman, who helped establish the settlement. That would have been a much more fun name. I always thought it was really interesting that Melbourne was not pronounced Melbourne, because whenever I first read it, of course, that's the way I pronounced it, and I had somebody correct me, and I still don't really know how the R is silent, but yeah, Melbourne. And Faye says, I learned that pet to human transmission of ear mites is very rare, and they'd probably die on a human host after a few weeks anyway, courtesy of my dog's vet trip today and some frantic Googling. Oh no. Well, yeah, I'm glad that you could not get those, because there are some things that our pets can transmit to us, and that would not be so fun. Swing says Balearic Island cave goats are the only cold-blooded mammal. Balearic Island cave goats. What the heck do they look like? Hold on. Balearic Island cave goat. I see Balearic Island cave goat, which was like an extinct species. Is that what you were referring to? Balearic? I think instead of Balearic, it's Balearic Island. I guess they have like a stuffed one, so that's what they looked like. Very interesting. Okay. And Alicia said, Alex. Hello, Alicia. Hello. Just joining, finishing up dinner, pizza night, woo woo, working on some YouTube and reading stuff. Very nice. He said hello to Swank. Swank says hi to Alicia. And Faye says, I just watched badminton and snacked for that sprint. Nice. And Denise said read 25 pages to page 248. And Teresa says, I made dinner and listened to the end of my Louise Penny series. Louise. Kat says, Barry and I are still watching the Gala Walkers. Nice. And Zach says, related to that, the phrase steal your thunder actually comes from theater where someone literally stalls someone else's thunder sound effect. Oh, that's fun. I had no idea. And Tina says, got some nighttime tasks done. And Swank says, yes, that must be it. And Zach says, I sell Melbourne like Melbourne. I've heard it's pronounced just Melbourne, but I mean, then again, I mean, I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me if it's not that. Let me look it up really quick. It might be like regionally where I'm from, like how people, like the accent people have. Hang on.
Melbourne.
So it is Melbourne. Why the hell have I heard people say Melbourne? That's weird. That's really weird. Okay, I'm glad that the R is not silent. That makes me feel less crazy. But it's still not Melbourne. So Melbourne. Okay, I can deal with that. I can handle that. Okay. Alicia says, have you tried smoked Gouda Cheez-Its? Just discovered them. So good. I have not. But I won't unfortunately be able to try them because they would give me horrible heartburn. So you enjoy them in my stead. And Faye says Aussies and Brits don't like hard R's. Well, if somebody like I hope that I'm not losing it, and somebody else can confirm that there are people who pronounce it without the R sound, because otherwise I don't know who the people are that I've been around. And Swank says, Alicia, I heard about them, but my store doesn't have them. Oh, boo. The smoked Gouda Cheez-Its. Maybe they will come to you at some point, Swank. All right, and then we are moving on to the final question of the evening, which is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? And just given the time frame that we've had tonight, our like chatting sessions have been shorter. So what I'm going to do is for our final sprint, I'm actually just going to make it another full 45 instead of a 30. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do during the last sprint. I think I might read for part of it, but I also am accepting that I'm very tired. So I might like, I don't know, do some like research or look up something. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to spend this last sprint, but I want to give you all a full 45 just so we can get as close to that normal 5 hour mark as possible. I like to be consistent for you all. And Alicia says, oh, boo, Swank. And Zach says, it could sound like that in an Australian accent. Okay. Okay, maybe that's it. All right. Well, I've given you all your last question for the evening. Gonna do our last 45, and I wish you all a happy reading. So I'll see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did not do anything really productive during that last sprint. Caitlin Doty with Ask a Mortician released a new video, and so I was watching her video, and then I was kind of just like fumbling through stuff online. So I was a good little brain break. Hopefully, you all enjoyed just kind of having some longer sprints tonight to help make up for the time. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what's one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I guess I can start with this one because for me, just the fact that I handled a lot of things that took a significant amount of energy and stress and stuff this week that I haven't had to deal with before. It was all kind of new, and uh, just navigating some, tensions with, coworkers and trying to figure out expectations with my role, and like what was just going on with my job was just there's just something about it this week that was surprisingly difficult, and like learning information I had to deal with and everything, and it kind of just kicked my butt. And knowing that I'm walking into next week and I have so many things that I have to tackle on Monday. I just have, like, I'm not kidding, it's just back to back stuff pretty much from the time I walk into work until the time I leave. And then I have an event that I'm hosting on Tuesday. Um it feels like I got a lot kind of like hanging over me right now, and I've just been taking it from the mentality of just like every day that I get through, it's like, hey, that's one day closer to things getting easier, because I have kind of like a light at the end of the tunnel about a month and a half out from now. I know that sounds like a long time, but it'll go by pretty quick, just because I'm so busy. But yeah, just the fact that like it was a really stressful week, and I handled it with as much grace and dignity as I think a person could. So, feeling good about that. So let's see what everybody else has to say. Oh, Teresa said that she's going to say goodnight and see us next week. So I don't think she's probably still here, but it was good to see Teresa. Faye says, I applied for my dream job. Good luck, Faye. Wishing you the best. And Faye said goodnight, Teresa. And Faye, what is the specific job that you applied for? Like, what's the title? You've probably mentioned what your dream job is before, but I just want to make sure. Swing says, I did a lot of research for projects I'm working on and read some books. Nice. And Faye said read 8% of Our Last Wild Days. Denise said read 16 pages on page 264 of 306, going to try to finish tonight. Well, you're really close. I definitely think that you can. Kat says finished the movie, did some social media for Zombiethon. Yay! Good job. Kat says, I'm proud that I accomplished my first week of occupational therapy. I'm happy for you, Kat. That's wonderful. Tina said, read 20 pages. And Denise says, took my granddaughter out to eat and shopping on Monday and yesterday. We both needed some fun time. That's wonderful. That sounds like such a joy. I'm glad that you got to do that. That makes me happy. I am probably going to spend the rest of the night vegging out on my couch, just kind of like decompressing the rest of the way. Might take a shower before going to bed. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, just I honestly, after the week that I had, I was questioning whether I was going to have the energy to do sprints tonight. And while I was flagging a little bit, I'm always happy to like show up and still be here with you all, because it just like gives me such a really nice way to end the week. And I always remind myself of that every time I'm like, I don't know if I have the energy. I'm like, you'll feel good at, when you get to the end of your sprints to have gotten to talk to everybody. So I definitely feel that way tonight. And Faye says, assistant editor on an online Canadian environmental magazine. There will definitely be more qualified candidates, but I was encouraged to apply by some workers or someone working there. So fingers crossed. Hey, having an in anywhere of, people who can give you a recommendation, that's a huge thing. It boosts your chances significantly. So I'm rooting for you. And Zach says, I got to chapter 27 in For the Wolf by Hannah Witten. It's okay. It has Little Red Riding Hood and Beauty and the Beast vibes and supposedly some Lovecraft stuff. That's quite a combination. And Tina said, I had my assessment in physical therapy this week and my movement has improved. Yay! I'm so happy to hear that. That's wonderful. And Kat says, congratulations to Faye. Thank you to both of us, and you are most welcome always. And Robert said, Alex, hashtag capybara. Thank you for the sprints. Yeah, you're most welcome, Robert, and I'm happy to have seen you this week. Enjoy your concert. Hope you have a great time with your daughter. And I think I'm just going to get up tomorrow and, probably have a quick bite and then go out for a hike and then come back. And I told Keaton I would make a bigger breakfast this weekend. So I'm looking forward. I'm going to make us some eggs, bacon. And I found that Pillsbury made a cinnamon toast crunch cinnamon roll. So I bought some of those as like a treat. So I'm, going to make those and I'll report back on whether they're any good, but I'm definitely looking forward to making a good breakfast. It's something that I really love. And I get that actually from all the time that I spent with my mama when I was growing up. So the way that I learned how to cook was my mama used to always let me do the eggs. So that became my specialty. So she would make like biscuits and gravy and the hash browns and sausage and whatever else and pancakes. So she would usually let me help her with the pancakes. But my specialty became the eggs. And it's just like a huge joy to like remember those times and those. So there's just something about making breakfast. I don't know what it is that I love so very much. And that's all because of her. And Tina says, thank you for sprints. We all look forward to hanging out with you at the end of our week. Well, thank you so much. And I look forward always to seeing you. And Swank says, thanks for sprints. And thank you for coming, Swank. Good to see you. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. And a happy weekend to you as well. And with that, I will say good night, everyone. And I'll see you next time.